Dude, yesterday I had 7 bosses killed in an hour. I mean, sorry, I'm not trying to be like toxic. It's just this class is so heavy, but well, actually, it has the shadow pants. The gloves does have Mask of the Mother though. It's absurd, but that's how you win these challenges. I mean, whenever he loses that run, it's gonna be real painful. I don't know if I should have started with this class. Why, when, and not if? Well, this run is just brutal. Bucket I send it is not working out for you either. Yeah. I don't know. The thing for me is like the more time that I spend. I mean, obviously, not, you know, not dying is the most important thing in this run of all. But it is also important well, maybe for me, it's important to like I would rather try to go moderately fast and die an hour in. Like I could kill 4 bosses in an hour, or I could kill 4 bosses in 4 hours if I play it super slow. But when I inevitably lose that run 4 hours in, it's gonna feel that much worse. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Oh, is he gonna start charging me? Can I bleed this guy? Does not seem like it. I don't think the tail can be a key item now. Hey, Mr. Bunny Wizard. Welcome to the stream. Hold on, you know what? I'll be back in a sec. I ordered this like I ordered a stand for my monitor because my monitor is way too fucking low to the table. I'm gonna go grab that real quick. Wait, is it here? Unfortunately, I really like this monitor I have, but it doesn't have a Oh, actually, it's not here yet. Okay, never mind. It's getting here today.
but he... Oh, I would. Very well. Now...
Set it up when you get it. Yeah, I feel like
again.
part of the reason my neck's been hurting is because the monitor is just too low, and I'm like looking down a lot of the time during the stream. Actually, give me 1 sec. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Ooh. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. I should have leveled up already. I don't want to risk it. I'm just in a dark sign. What's up, CB? Monitor mounts. Yeah, I should probably get just like a wall mount. Alright, well, we got the fucking FAP ring, chat. And a +1 Estus. This is a good start. Why not use all humanity straight away? Well, might use the twin humanity. Humanity is good because it does give defense. But at the same time, I don't really want to use all my humanity until I get Homeward Bones. Because if I Dark Sign, I'm going to lose it all. Grasscrest shield is nice. We could maybe use that later if we run into Gwyn. Could save that for when we get Gwyn. Do I have a recent Elden Ring speedrun uploaded? Doing a new character, but some skips don't work anymore. Basically all the skips in my glitchless any percent run still work. I don't know which run you're watching though. Oh my god, the large ember as well. I mean, this run, the only thing that would make this run better is finding the Lord Vessel. Alright, I'm not gonna grab that. Oh yeah, I'm definitely not grabbing that item. One of those with the Lord Vessel. Could be. You never know. Can it soft lock you if you don't choose Master Key at the start? I don't think so. I don't think that the Master Key is like an item that you necessarily need. But it definitely helps a lot. Complete now? Yeah, just give me like 8 hours. This is a long fucking run, like actually. I should probably make like a command or something, CB. We're using a custom version of the rando, which turns off scaling. Which honestly, I feel like maybe this rando would be more fun with the scaling on. But it would also probably make it a little too easy. Ooh. Another Firekeeper soul. Infinite Titanite. Infinite large. Oh, nope, not infinite large, but infinite Titanite. Leo ring. This is a really good run so far. This is a really lucky seed. I mean, I don't know. I would I would rather have the Lord Vessel than everything else that I have right now, but this is still really good.
I'll be seeing. You need. I'll be seeing you.
We still need a good weapon as well. Hey, Regal. Maybe we'll go down towards Sif. I think that's the play right now. We got the large ember and the FAP, Regal. It's looking good. There's a lot of different people trying the rando now. Regal's doing it, Hob, Salad. Also, Dino was doing it today. Ooh. Oh, that's... shit. Ella's about to. Ella already did the rando. I doubt he wants to do it again, but maybe... somehow influenced. I doubt Ella's gonna do this again. Maybe down the line he would try it again or something, but I don't have enough souls. Like, it's awesome finding the BKH, but it doesn't matter because I need to loot. Yeah, I mean, same, Regal. Well, I'm not taking a week off, but yeah. Once Requiem comes out, I'm done with this rando for the time being. But I can always come back to it later. I mean, it's a fun challenge. I mean, I'm not sure which version of the randomizer is harder. I feel like this one is, but at the same time, you can't make bosses replace enemies in this rando. Which that one, I mean, that option definitely makes things harder, but it also makes things easier in a way, because if you have it so enemies can... oh my god, how heavy am I? If you have it so enemies can replace bosses, or sorry, the other way around, then if a boss randomly falls off a cliff, you could just get like 40,000 souls, or even more, depending on which boss it is. I kind of wish that bosses could replace enemies in this, because it would be... I mean, it would be sick. I feel like one of the most annoying parts about this rando is just not having the stat requirements. Also, I don't know why I'm going this way. One of the most annoying things is not having the stat requirements to use the weapons. And you know, if a boss died early on and you got a bunch of souls, That would help a lot. Also, Regal, I'm sure you are aware of this, but I did not realize how much defense humanities gave you in this game. I mean, I know that they give item find because we pop them for, you know, when you're trying to get the BKH, but I was like shocked how much defense you actually get from humanity. I think each humanity is equal to like a level up in terms of defense. I guess we'll loot the item in here. "13 humanity? The fuck?" Speaking of humanity. Well, I don't really want to pop them right now, because I don't have any homeward bones. Yeah, I mean, I could check the boss. Doesn't really matter, though. Yeah, I mean, I also don't have a usable weapon. I would love to use this BKH. I mean, if we're lucky enough, we could probably use it. It's a big if, though. This guy is gonna chase me to the ends of the fucking earth! Can I... How am I not able to fucking backstab this guy? This like barely moves the enemy forwards, right? Well, it's enough. Alright, die, you fuck. One fat armor for another. There's no dark sign out of here. I do not want to run back at all. Alright, well. This is honestly not great. I mean, we have FAP, and BKH is great, but we don't have the souls. Soul of a great hero. More armor. Oh, God. Why do I feel like Ella was watching my stream and he took offense to what I said? All right. Wait, did he flush sticks then? I don't know what to do, chat. Ow. Oh wait, Ella needs the if Ella's doing this though, he needs the custom rando. Unless Salad sent it to him. Oh, I didn't loot these items here. Salad sent him, okay. Oh, my FAP is gone. And so is my BKH. It was a good run. It's over now. I mean, the Great Axe could be good. The Great Axe would actually be a good choice to use, but that is kind of heavy. Gargoyle's halberd is really bad. Oh god, not the hiccups. I mean, where I'm at right now is probably the best spot to farm souls, but it depends on the enemies you get. Gargoyle halberd is amazing. Is it, though? It's one of the best weapons in the game. Maybe I'm thinking of the tail axe. The thing is, I can't upgrade it. I feel like I'm getting baited. If anything, the partisan is probably better because we can actually upgrade it. Oh, there's another great axe in here too. You can upgrade the... Yeah, but what does it... Does it upgrade with Titanite? Does?
Come again.
Fuck it. I need homeward bones, though. I mean, we can get it to +7. That should actually be pretty good. It just sucks that I'm fat load. No, the upgrades don't carry over, sadly. Okay, +7 though, that's not bad at all. Is there lighter armor here? Oh. I guess let's just try to kill Gargs, maybe. Pop the human... Dude, I can't pop the humanities because I'm not gonna have a fucking homeward bone. I need boner.
Touch the demon inside
It good? Can you even kill these skulls? I guess not.
Toilet bitch.
Bruh. Oh, good God. Let's try to... Dragon Butt is ruining everything. These dogs are so scary. Back down the elevator. Yeah, I mean the elevator strat is kind of scary. I don't know that I don't know how to fight these dogs. Like, should you go behind? Should you try to get behind them? I genuinely don't know. No. Aggroed the Black Knight. Amazing. Black Knight with 1,000 fucking health. Rolling is bad when you're fat. Yeah. Oh, oh. He actually made... Oh my God, he destroyed the fucking pillars. Alright, here we go. What's it gonna... Is that fucking... Don't tell me that's Manus. Wait, no, that's not Manus. Oh, it's... ONS, I think? I think this is normal Ornstein. Or maybe it's the super one? This is fantastic. If we can get one of them down, it's fine. Bat rolling is so bad. That was close. That was stupid. Their positionings are just not good right now. That's good. Okay. Like 8 hits for a stagger. Yeah, this thing does not do very much poise damage, it seems. Probably should have killed Smough first. I don't know. It's hard to say. Come on, Homeward Bone. White Slab. Oh! Black Knight Great Axe. I need to go to Undead Burg. Hopefully these merchants will have something for me. We don't need to kill Lawtrick right now. I guess I'll do it, but until I ring the Quelaag bell, he's not gonna... I don't think he does anything. Guess it's 1,000 extra souls, though. What? What weapon would be best for the run? I mean, any of the Black Knight weapons are really good. The halberd's probably the best though, because the moveset and like the range is just really good. I mean, this weapon is basically like the BKH, actually. There's another DLC lady? What is happening? I'm so scared. Dragon butts are evil. And Taurus demon, dude. God, Fat Roll is so fucking ass. Bro, I cannot believe he made it through there. What the f... The range on this thing is actually insanely good. How much do these worm guys give? We actually have the basement key, so we could, instead of doing the skip, we could go the normal way, I guess. Well, we'd have to see what Taurus is, but... Come on, give me some fucking homeward bones, please. Jesus. No homeward bones. Ooh, unlimited twinklies, though. Dark hand. Shitty rings.
Thank you, kind.
It's my legs, chest, and helm. Damn, dude. Like, fat rolling is so bad, chat. Didn't buy mushroom. I mean, they're 5,000 each. A little too steep for me. Bro, is that guy shooting through the fucking window? Oh my god, what a madman. I want to try to drop down to that item, but I'm scared because I have fat roll. What's up, Trance? Gaven and bought Outer Wilds. Nice. I love Outer Wilds so much. I probably should have just went back and gone through the tower door here. Centipede. I mean, that should be doable. Should be fine. Oh, that does so much damage. What the fuck?
Touch the demon inside me.
All right. Bruh. The fuck. I guess we could unlock the... We kick down the ladder. Well, this is nice, going this pathway. Haven't actually had an opportunity to do that yet. He's falling. If I look away, the fuck? We do not have the residence key though, do we? We do have the key to the seal. Yeah, we could open the shortcut, I guess. Doesn't really matter though, I don't think. Dude, that fucking guy with the bow is crazy. Bro, he fell down. Drake. Oh. I hate this. I need him to walk far enough forward where I can run past him. Dude, this is so ass. What the fuck? I don't know what I'm doing, dude. This is so bullshit. The fuck? I don't know, man. I don't know. I guess I just needed to be like, I got impatient again. It's so annoying. He just won't go far enough forward for me to run past him. So the only choice is to fucking kill him, but I can't stagger him. Oh my god, what do I actually do in that fucking situation, man? Another throw? I didn't know what to fucking do, dude. Like, I guess I just hit him one time, roll back, and just use like 7 fucking humanities. I guess that was the strat. I mean, yeah, it was a throw, but I didn't know what to fucking do, dude. I mean, I had the humanities. Yeah, I guess just fucking go as slow as humanly possible. This enemy is so cancer. Holy shit.
Toilet bitch.
I don't know. See, this is the problem. It's like sometimes playing too cautious. I mean, my death there wasn't because of being... Well, no, it kind of was because of being too cautious. Oh, I think he died. Or he's like in the wall or something. That was a really dumb death. I don't know. I wanted to try to run past him, but I was too scared to do so. But I should have just tried to run past him, I think. Well, you guys say the run was dead, but Quelaag, we were actually in one of the few situations where I could have killed Quelaag. Hold on, can I I mean, there's really not that much of a point in doing this, but I want to see anyways. Yeah, you here. I'll try to show you guys what you can do on Quelaag. Well, if she opens with that and you're not allowed to quit out, I think you're actually just dead. You need to be really... Yeah, we were probably fucked here either way. Honestly. Good showing. Thanks, man. Check the ledge for safety. Dude, getting Quelaag here is so fucked. I guess this run was... I guess we were probably dead here either way, so... Could have been Manus in that arena. Yeah. Dude, the Capra boss fight is so incredibly fucked in this rando. Yeah, I'm not too... I mean, we did have a good weapon to actually kill Quelaag in that situation. But if she opens with that jumping fire attack and you're not allowed to quit out, I actually think you're just dead. Because you wouldn't even be able to homeward bone. Why even do it? Because you have to kill all the bosses for the challenge. And the funny thing is you can't even firebomb Cheese Quelaag because she's immune to fire. Yeah, this weapon is insanely good. Yeah. I think that run was just kind of cursed, chat, because we got Quelaag there. It was doable, though. In most cases, that Quelaag fight would not be doable. But because we had a halberd, it actually was. But regardless, we were probably going to die. Doable, just not by me. I mean, I literally just killed her, bro. What you on about? Ooh, the blacksmith giant hammer. That's good, but honestly, maybe the hunter. Hunter's good. I think we pick up the flamberge to start, and then we save the spear for later. Yeah, that looks good. All right, I'm gonna go use the restroom, chat. I'll be right back. It works if she doesn't do the lava spit. Yeah, but that's random.
The world was unformed, shrouded by fog. A land of grey crags, arch trees, and everlasting dragons. But then there was fire. And with fire came disparity. Heat and cold, life and death, and of course, light and dark. Then from the dark, they came and found the souls of lords within the flame. Nito, the first of the dead. The Witch of Izalith and her daughters of Chaos. Gwyn, the Lord of Sunlight, and his faithful knights. And the furtive pygmy, so easily forgotten. With the strength of lords, they challenged the dragons. Gwyn's mighty bolts peeled apart their stone scales. The witches weaved great firestorms. Nito unleashed a miasma of death and disease. And Seath the Scaleless betrayed his own, and the dragons were no more.
All right, I'm back.
Thus began the Age of Fire.
We go again.
But soon the flames will fade, and only dark will remain. Even now, there are only embers. And man sees not light, but only endless nights. And amongst the living are seen carriers of the accursed dark side.
Am I a coffee drinker? No, not really. Addicted to soda. I definitely drink a bit too much soda. I drink a lot of water though too. I mean, I'm not drinking like been trying to limit myself to have like a soda with dinner. Like that's it. Oh, we got Bit of Chaos. I don't know, Coke Zero just doesn't taste very good to me. Oh. Feel like energy drinks? No, not really. Why not kill it instantly? I actually should have, you're right. You're absolutely correct. Coke Zero tastes the same. I don't know how people say that. Because it doesn't. Tastes the same in EU. I had Coke Zero in EU. It does not taste the same, but maybe it is different in EU because I feel like it did taste. I think it did taste different, but anyways, regardless, if it tastes the same for you, that's great. Not for me though. What the hell? What is I wonder what that item is. Why can't I pick it up? I've only seen this one other time.
Very well. Now.
One homeward bone.
Come again.
Okay. Man, that's a shame about the last run. I mean, we were probably cooked because of Qualag being in that arena, but still. That was a good run we had going. It did suck that we lost the FAP ring so early, though. Man, those blue drakes are so scary. Genuinely. Oh. Well, I'm dead. I forgot I had my fucking cheats still on. Oops. Well, that was fucking stupid. Oh well. Can we get Gwyn as the first boss? I don't think you can, or at least I've never seen it. I think that you can't get Gwyn or DLC bosses in the Asylum. Because I guess they don't want you to like get a super easy Gwyn or DLC fight. Or yeah, I don't know if you can get 4 kings either. I think the Asylum is only... You can? I've never seen it. Fuck it. Yeah, fat roll is fucking unusable. Hey, Mr. Adam. Eat a new Londo. Hmm. Think Ella will beat me to finish this mod? I don't know, man. This run is really, really RNG. I would argue, I mean, there's definitely like skill involved in this run. Honestly, it's more so a test of patience more than anything. I die a lot in this rando because I just get impatient. I mean, that's honestly the reason I died to the fucking... I'm gonna pop this. That's the reason I died to that Drake in that last run.
Come again.
I was actually surprised Ella was trying this again. I was saying yesterday, the only thing that's gonna make me actually lock in and be super patient is if the only thing that's gonna make me actually patient is if I get the Lord Vessel. I'm gonna grab these 2 items and then just dip. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna fucking flush RE9 to suffer in this fucking rando. This is just keeping me busy until Resident Evil 9. Can always come back to this challenge if we don't finish it before RE9. I think you need to be really patient for this run, but the boss RNG, like some of the bosses that you can get in some of the arenas are so incredibly bullshit. Like getting a DLC boss in Capra Arena or getting Quelaag in Capra Arena. Quelaag in Iron Golem Arena is also terrible. And then like Butterfly Arena is terrible too. There's some really, really dangerous boss arenas in this game. Very scary. Yeah, I mean that's basically what you have to do for all the areas, Zambar. You need to clear the entire area and then loot it. That's basically the strat. But you don't really want to loot stuff until you have enough stats where you can use the majority of weapons that you may potentially find. Thought I was gonna take a break today. We might do some Resident Evil 2 rando later today. Not permadeath, just like a casual run for fun. Stone Greatsword. RE5 with Larksa? Bro, she's playing with Apollo. I've already played RE5 with Larks anyways.
Come back soon. Key to the seal. I've thought about running SM64 before. Never ended up doing it though. It's annoying, these enemies can't... What? You can't knock these enemies off the ledge because they're the drakes. They have like ledge protection. Although they can fly off the cliff. I know that much. Can I kick this guy? Iron ring? Pike? I can actually use a pike. Centipede Demon in the Moonlight Bridge. I wouldn't actually mind Centipede Demon there. I think Quailag in the moon... I don't know if you can get Quailag in the Moonlight Bridge, but that would be fucking horrible. I don't know. I think the Moonlight Butterfly Arena is probably the most bullshit out of all of them. Like, even worse than Capra. The goal is, well, credits and all bosses. I guess I should probably put the bosses, like, as 1 out of 26 or something. So people know. I don't know why I'm trying to kill this guy. The running attack on this weapon is so bad. I want to cut his tail. Can you not? Oh, he's hiding something real good up there. Damn. Oh, crystal halberd and a titanite catch pole. Oh, that's really good.
Don't get yourself. I'm afraid. I'll be seeing you.
Here's a mask of the child. How much does the pike weigh? Oh, it weighs 10? Maybe we just buy the crystal halberd.
I'll be seeing you.
I don't want to just buy the crystal halberd and the helmet, loot more stuff than buy it. Yeah. I don't really have, well, yeah, I guess. Do I have chunks? Not right now. Why is the pike heavier than the halberd? Good question. I guess, yeah, it is quite long. No, I don't have the Lord Vessel, sadly. That would be the cherry on top. I can't believe that gargoyle had fucking Havel's ring in his tail. Imagine killing that like... I don't know. There's been multiple times where I've killed that gargoyle and not chopped the tail. Because I don't want my weapon to get replaced, but... I guess we just got really lucky. It's crazy, though. It's a shame that this twinkling, or this lizard didn't drop, He did not drop us any chunks. We've actually found quite a few rings, haven't we? Dude, this is crazy. We've found so many rings already. What the fuck? Oh, what the fuck? I didn't think I was that fucking close to the ledge, dude! What the fuck, man? How fuck... Oh my god, was I really that close already? Oh, what the fuck? Oh, I should have just left, dude. I don't know. See, like, I feel like the smart play there would have been to just leave. Because we could have came back and actually killed that guy. But I'm just so greedy. Like, I wanted to, I should have just left. Because that was fucked. Oh my god, I cannot, I'm just so greedy. I'm so fucking greedy. First playthrough death. I thought that there was more space. The thing is, it's so hard to see the ledge, especially in that situation where I have a Sanctuary Guardian on me. I really thought there was more space there before the ledge, but I guess it's really short on the right side.
Toilet bitch.
Well, goodbye Havel's Ring and Crystal Halberd and fucking Titanite Catchpole.
In the age of ancients, the world was unformed.
I mean, I kind of like the idea of letting your, like, being allowed to die if you have the rare ring of sacrifice, but I don't know, it's permadeath, it's a fun idea, but at the end of the day, the challenge of the run is to not die, so allowing deaths in, like, certain circumstances is still a bit silly. I mean, yeah, like, it's not like you're always gonna have that ring, so it would make it actually useful, but it would be probably too useful. Yeah, that's the right there, that last death is the danger of running past enemies, man. Like if I had just killed the Sanctuary Guardian and took my time and killed everything there, like it would have been fine. The danger of oh no. Runs away next encounter. I mean, bro, I'm 2 minutes in and this area is scaled down. Not that worried about it. Will I play Crimson Desert on release? Wasn't planning on it, no. Let me in the window. No sponsor, not that I know of. We do have a sponsor for Marathon. Oh, the Hammer of Vamos.
Very well.
Did I check out Reanimal? Yeah.
Now. Come again.
No, I don't think my Marathon stream is with anybody else. Yeah, I feel like people are so quick to like hate on games before they've even played it these days. Everybody's looking for the next Concord. People just love hating on shit. Very large ember. Yeah, we have a sponsor for Marathon. It's like a day after RE9 comes out or something, so... It's only for 2 hours, though. They're... They're paying a lot of money, so... Yeah, I'm definitely turning off on-screen chat for that one. Yeah, the timing of the sponsor is not great with it being like right after RE9, but it's only for 2 hours, so... I mean, I want to try out the game anyways. It's just, obviously, with it RE9 coming out. Bad timing.
Come back soon.
I wish I could buy that soul.
I have a Come back soon.
Oof. Oh, crest. Normally I don't actually get hit here. Well, getting the crest there is nice. Honestly, though, I think if we start with a good weapon, just rushing bosses I think going straight down to Quelaag and Ceaseless really is probably the best strat. At least that's going straight down to Quelaag and Ceaseless is when I've had the most success in my runs. Oh my god. I thought I was fucking in the clear. But, nope. It fucking Dark Souls'd. Cool, man. Cool, dude. Fucking cool. Whatever. Maybe we'll get a good starting weapon now. We have no good starting weapon. That's great. Hob is 9 hours in, bro. I don't know how Hob is 9 hours in, and he's only, how many bosses is he at now? 6? Yeah. He's at. Has he done Butterfly or Capra yet? So those are like two of the most important things. Might take him 2 days to complete it, but he's gonna do it without dying. I don't know though. Has he looted that much stuff yet? Like you, I mean, I hope he finishes it. Like I genuinely don't want to see him. I hope he does, but. Honestly though, like, Hob is kind of built for this challenge in a way. I really am way too fucking greedy in this run. All right, well, that's unfortunate. Honestly, probably for the best. It's a quick little reset. I shouldn't have went in for that running attack, but I thought I might make it out. Are stats randomized? No, the starting class stats are always the same. Hold on. Be back in a sec.
In the age of ancients, the world was unformed, shrouded by fog. A land of grey crags, arch trees, and everlasting dragons. But then there was fire. And with fire came disparity. Heat and cold, life and death, and of course, light and dark. Then from the dark, they came and found the souls of lords within the flame. Nito, the first of the dead.
All right. Another one. Saw yesterday's butterfly incident in your dream last night. Damn. This run is even making people dream about it. What's up, Judo? Oh, I missed that. That was cool. Great. Great boss fight. Stuck in asylum. Come on, give me a good starting weapon, please. Full fat man with double club, yeah. I'm not choosing that one. not having a drop in the tables. That's not actually how it works. Just because you start with an item doesn't mean you won't get it again. Yeah, 6, 7 deaths, true. Oh yeah, no, you're right. We're at 66 deaths. This is the 67th run. What boss? Do we have... What boss is this? Oh, right, it was gaping. Already forgot. Think I need some rest? Nah. You're crazy. I'm locking in, dude. This is the run, man. Yeah, 7 humanities to start is good, but we need homeward bones. We have only found the Lord Vessel early 2 times. Unfortunately.
Now,
There's a dark hand. Well,
come again?
all right. Let's at least loot this stuff. We should probably just use the dark hand though to kill some bosses. Worth rushing Tomb of Giants? No, not really. No, I mean, you could make the Lord Vessel still... You could still make it spawn where it normally does, if you want. It's an option. But I feel like it's more exciting when you have to look for it. And, you know, if you do get it early. I mean, it definitely makes more bullshit, but that's kind of the whole point of this run, I guess, so... Yeah, but the thing is, I mean, I don't even have a usable weapon right now. I mean, I could get the Dark Hand and go down to the Catacombs, but there's so many enemies there, and if there's one... Like, all it takes is one DLC caster sniping me from God knows where. What even is the mystery key for? Is that for Lautrec Cell? Can you open that with the master key as well, or do you need the... You need the mystery key? Master key opens it? Okay. That's kind of pointless then. Man, I just want to get a... I want to get a good boss weapon and just rush... Or... I want to get a good starting weapon and brush some bosses. But unfortunately, I am not getting any good weapons to start with. Great sword.
Come back soon.
Honestly, we've had some decent RNG today. I mean, I think getting Lord Vessel early is like the most important thing, but we did get, like, we had a good run. The first run we did today was pretty good, but then I died like an idiot to the Drake on the way to the Capra, but there was also Quaylag in Capra's arena, so I feel like you just fucking lose in that situation anyways. What am I doing, dude? What am I fucking doing, actually? I just hate, I hate fat rolling so much. I thought I could strafe that last hit, but I should have just rolled. Oh. No, that was just stupid. That was just a... tactical reset. So we can get a good starting weapon, right? Well... God, deprived stats are so bad, though. I mean, this is a good... This is good. Could start deprived. The stats are not great, but...
Stranger, thank you.
Easier to level up? No. Deprived is good, and I mean, we'll be able to light roll, which is really good. I guess we're just gonna rush bosses on this run. The main downside to Deprived is that Deprived has 7 points of wasted stats. If I remember correctly. Because you get compared to the Warrior or the Bandit, you have 3 more points in Attunement, and you have 4 more points in Inton Faith. So it's like 7 wasted levels, which isn't great, but let's go for it. Shit, I Did I fuck myself by picking up the shield? Surely I can still light roll with no armor, right? Okay. Oh, that's fine then. Getting a shield, having a shield is useful. Alright, we're just gonna go straight for the bosses in this run though. See how it goes, I guess. It doesn't matter if you start at level 1, it's the spread of stats that matters. Because even if Pyro starts at level 1, the stat spread is just not good. Lord vessel in his tail. I don't think key items can be in the tails. At least I fucking hope not. Easy seed. I mean, we can get some boss kills on this run, which is good. Now to pick up anything. Not to never pick up anything, yeah. Yep. I mean, all of my most successful runs have been when I get like a good weapon and I just focus bosses, because if you focus bosses, you just get so many level ups and then you become so much tankier. That's awkward. Surely this guy won't. Oh god.
Come back soon. Step.
Fuck off, dude. I tried to roll. I tried to roll, dude. I did heat. I don't know this cat's moveset at all. Whatever. I should have just spam rolled, I guess. If I don't know how to dodge it, I should probably just spam roll past him. That cat is so scary. I'm just stuck in fucking reset hell. I thought I would be able to run past that cat before he attacked me. But that was a bad assumption. Probably shouldn't have picked this up. I don't think some of you realize how fucking brutal this run is, though. This run is just insanely early game. Like it's, I mean, this run is difficult all the way throughout, but the start of the run is easily the hardest part. Fine, I'm feeling good about this next one, this one. Just ran. I wanted to try to parry him, bro. I didn't think he would do that much damage. I'm actually I feel like that was normal. That almost felt like normal Dark Wraith damage. Like did he lose the scaling because he left the? Surely that I don't think so. I mean, I guess he didn't have that much health. I'm shocked how much fucking damage that guy did. I just wanted to try to practice parrying him a little bit. I mean, I don't think parrying those guys is generally a good idea anyways, but... he's so heavy. I don't know, I kind of want to go for Deprived, but... Just the stats are so bad. You kill the boss, the scaling turns off. Oh yeah? I mean, I feel like his health, the Dark Wraith's health was still lower than normal though. Or actually, maybe it wasn't. They don't have that much health in general. I think they only have like 300 health. Alright, I'm locking in chat. 3-hour warm-up. I mean, we had one good run going. We did have one good run going today.
Regrettably.
Everything else has just died in really dumb ways. Asylum demon? No, it's the stray demon. It's no plunge for the stray. Yeah. It's weird because it works on Fire Sage, but I guess... I mean, it shouldn't work on Fire Sage, to be honest, but it's... I think the only reason it works on Fire Sage is because they copy-pasted it and just forgot to get rid of the plungeable flag. Allows for a really cool skip in the speedrun, though. Oh, no shit. That's not fun. I'm so sick of fat rolling. Fat rolling here is so bad.
That's good. Very well. Now.
Oh, Life Hunt Scythe. We could downgrade that. Or we could just use it. I don't know if it's I mean, it's decent. Ooh, 13 humanity. Oh, right. The Life Hunt Scythe damages you. But we could downgrade the weapon. That is an option. Oh, come on. I am dark sending out of here. I'm not dealing with that. I'm not gonna get myself... I'm gonna try my best not to just get myself killed like an idiot. So quiet. Dude, I have so many humanity. I want to pop them. But at the same time, I don't want to lose the humanity using my dark sign. I could go human, I guess. What does downgrade mean? So, if you find a boss weapon, you can go to the merchant in New Londo, and he can downgrade the weapon from a boss weapon to a +10. All blacksmiths can do it. Well, just in this case, yeah, you could do it with any blacksmith.
But this is the most accessible one. Man, I was excited to actually focus killing some fucking bosses. Then the cat had to kill me. Well, it wasn't the cat, it was the humanity, but the cat led to my death. Soul of a hero, that's good. Is it worth doing it? So the weapon that you get from downgrading it is random. Yeah, we should check the vendor, I guess. I don't know. This guy only ever has 3 items, but... and one of which is Sorcerer's Catalyst.
Come back soon.
Bunch of junk. Just gonna do the typical looting run. Oh, Hellkite Drake there. I don't know if I've seen Hellkite in this spot before. We'll just do our normal loot run, go to Andre, and then we'll come back and we'll buy the Life Hunt Scythe and then try to downgrade it, I guess. Maybe if we're lucky, we'll get the Lord Vessel coming up. Come on. Please. Can we fall down? No. He just stays in the same spot the whole time. Normal loot run like you haven't died 4 times in a row. Yeah, but... I mean, what else can I do? What other choice do I have? Did he just die? Shit, he did. Nice. I will try my best to be careful and not throw the run like an idiot. So I am an expert at doing that. I mean, some of these deaths have been kind of just unlucky with enemy spawns. Some of them have been... We have a ton of souls at least. 30,000. Can get a lot of level ups. You can't kick those guys. They're too strong to be kicked. So quiet without the footsteps.
Dropped a key item. Yeah, unique enemies can drop key items. Yeah, I mean, it's a good shield. Bro. Dude, no fucking shot. He just headbutts me 3 times in a fucking row. He perma-stunned me, bro. No fucking way. Dude, I couldn't even move. I couldn't even move. Why is my kick fucking missing? Bro, I'm fucking right in front of it. Oh my god. You've got to be kidding me. That I was playing it safe, bro. I mean, I'm sorry for not expecting the fucking rat to perma-stun me to death. Like, and I'm sorry for not expecting my fucking kick to miss. Like 4 times in a row. Bro, why can't I kick him? Is it because I'm locked on? Whatever, dude. I could have toggle escaped out of that. I couldn't dodge. Like, I'm not even kidding. That's a perma stun unless you toggle out. I think. I mean, I couldn't roll and I was trying to put up my shield to block him. Yeah, I guess it was the elevation. This is getting fucking depressing, dude. We could do Wanderer. The stats aren't that good, though. And it is gonna weigh him so much. So... I can't believe I just died to a fucking rat. I cannot fucking believe this shit. Well, I learned something new. I didn't know that the rats could perma-stun you like that. That's that's fucking absurd. One of them had the jagged ghost blade. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like maybe I care too much about the starting stats. Like, maybe it's not as big of a deal as I think. Never died because of stats. Well, not directly. But the thing is, if you are looting stuff and you find a weapon that you can't use, you are just inherently fucked because now you have to go find like an actual usable weapon. I'm probably gonna die here, by the way. I don't think doing Gwendolyn with the Cestus is gonna work out. Whatever. Whatever, man. All right. I'm actually locking in now. We were gonna die to Gwendolyn anyways. It was fucked. Like it. Oh. Oh wait, it's the Drake sword. That's still good though. Warrior with Drake sword. Maybe we just go with that. I mean, Drake sword is not. It's okay. It's definitely not amazing, but it works for some bosses at least. Can you upgrade the Drake sword? I actually don't need. What is it? Does it upgrade with dragon scale? Gosh. Probably costs 10,000 per upgrade as well. That's fucked. This is my, oh yeah, it's like a shield, I think. I mean, Drake Sword is a good early game weapon. It's good enough. It's good enough for, forests and like gargoyles and whatnot, at least.
Regrettably.
Yo, Too Smooth, thank you for the $10, man. How many times did we die? Many. We have died many a times. Having a bit of a rough time right now, to be honest. Can't see. How many runs have been lost to a Vagrant? Way too many. The Drake Sword is good, but I don't know if it's good enough for me to really want to rush bosses with, truthfully. Yeah, we're having a rough time today. I don't know. I mean, a lot of these deaths have been easily avoidable. But, that's okay. I mean, the weapon art breaks the fuck out of the weapon. Armor upgrades, Pog.
Oh, that's good. Very well.
Hey, Lusky, thank you for the 64 months.
Now. Come again.
Well, this is good. Flip farming? Yeah, let's go with that. Ooh. Hello. I really don't want to lose these souls. Oh, I want to kill some bosses though, man. I've just been running. I just run around, loot for 10 minutes, and then fucking die. This has been brutal. It's okay though. This is gonna be different. You don't sound very convinced. Yeah. Can upgrade the sword at the smith. I mean, for 10,000. Just the damage of the thing is not... 200 damage is not bad, don't get me wrong, but... if we have a DLC boss in place of, like, Quelaag or Gargoyles, the Drake Sword is not gonna cut it. Did I not loot the bombs this time? I don't know, maybe I forgot.
Well, it's all up. Come back soon.
Yeah, the crow trades are randoed. Okay, let's not throw another run. Let's be careful with this gargoyle. At least we're mid-roll. For now. And we could just bait this gargoyle off the ledge, too. I think. Which is what we should do. But again, I'm just very impatient. I believe he should fall. Ooh. Okay. Well... we might be able to get the stats to use this thing. I don't think there's gonna be early access for RE9. I know, item pickup. I don't want to lose this weapon. Because the thing is, chat, so okay, I think our plan should be we try to get the stats to use this weapon. We only need 4 levels in Dex, so we should be able to get the stats to use it. And then let's actually see. I do need to keep some souls for Andre though, because Andre will probably sell more souls. If we find infinite twinkling Titanites, we can kill so many bosses on this run. I don't know if he died. Just gonna leave him be though. Yeah, that rat death was really stupid, but hey, now we have a Black Knight sword. Ooh, Soul of Ornstein, Proud Knight Soul, Infinite Greens. Titanite Catch Pole is also really good. All right, well, we don't have any Twinklies here, but that's okay. I tried the last Caretaker. Yeah, that was a cool game. I actually had a sponsor for it. I didn't finish it though, but yeah, I like that game. And I mean, we're mid-rolling at least, so that's good. Just gonna get more health. All right, this is good. This is good, chat. We've got this. This run has potential. We'll try my best not to throw. But, that's kind of hard sometimes. I think we just slowly clear our way through Undead. Man, the range of some enemies is absurd. Alright, we're gonna go... Actually, maybe we should have gone to just check what Sif is. Actually... I don't know, I'm kind of tempted. Okay, you know what? I think, I don't know, Undead Bird can be really scary sometimes. We also have a channeler that's like guarding the pathway. I think... I think we should go try to kill Sif, because if we get 40,000, I'm gonna try my best to be smart about this. I mean, if we kill Sif, we get 40,000 souls, which is gonna give us a lot more HP, much more survivability. Sif might be a shitty boss, so we might have to just leave. But I mean, if Sif is an easy boss, yeah, that's 40,000 top humanities. I don't have Homeward Bones, is the thing. So fucking swing timings in this game are so slow. Why am I killing this enemy? Because I don't want him to bother me every time I run through this area. And he drops souls. Hey Roxas, thanks man. Seems good, yeah. We are in good shape right now. If the undead merchant or the female undead merchant sells Twinkling Titanites, we are gonna be in fucking business. Lost a 1v1 to a rat. Yeah, that rat had hands. Check Butterfly too. Yeah, I would rather just go to Sif right now. Hopefully there's not a Sanctuary Guardian here this time. Bro. Okay, this is fine. No fucking way you do that. Actually. Bro, fuck this guy, dude. Why are you so good at fucking repositioning yourself? Can I get him, like, stuck on something? Maybe if I bring him back here. Maybe if I bring him over here, he'll fall to his death. Fucking fall off, man. Maybe he has ledge protection. I don't know, dude. Fucking hell, man. What a Jesus Christ. And I don't have any homeward bones. We're just gonna go see what Sif is. If it's bad, we're gonna have to just Dark Sign, I guess. Get that item. Well, the item was supposed to go into my inventory, but it didn't for some reason. So whatever that item was, I was not able to pick it up. Also, that enemy is a unique... That enemy is the one that takes place of Hydra, so... It's, What's up, Orange Bishop? Whatever that item was, for some reason I couldn't loot it. Hopefully Sif just is something easy. Imagine it's Sanctuary Guardian again. Okay, man. I'm just gonna leave. I don't want to fucking do this right now. I don't have the healing for this fight. Well, rip my 8,000 souls. Should have just gone to the Undead Merchant, I guess. Oh well. Should have just quit. Yeah, I guess I could have quit out and gone to Sheva. There isn't really that much that I care for there, but Sheva would have been nice. The thing is, I'm still really low level. Calamite is going to do like 80% of my health in one shot, and I have mid-roll. And my weapon is unupgraded. No, I mean, it's not impossible, it's just bullshit. Really aren't that this challenge is just really RNG heavy. You really need RNG to be in your favor, in my opinion, for this run. Oh wait, this wasn't the run with the channeler. Oh, that's good. Guess I was mixing it up. Oh. I'm about to die to a fucking humanity. Bro, just... what the fuck? Wow, this is cool, man. Oh, that's really good. Oh, that's great. Okay. Actually is okay. Fuck back here. We can get him to jump straight back. I don't know why he's jumping at such a weird angle. I guess the invis wall is like pushing him off. Man, this guy is so fucking tanky. Yeah, this is like the strongest Titanite demon in the game, I think, here. At least we can cheese him with the elevation, thankfully. I think the one in Islith is the strongest. One hit stagger on Capra? The one from Anor Londo? Okay. That guy is way too fucking tanky. Pretty chill enemies here. Nice. Come on, give me infinite twinklies, please. Please. Nope. Nope. You bitch. Fuck, it's so expensive too.
Thank you, kind.
I don't know why I should have probably used Estus there. That's okay. Alright. Well. Hopefully this merchant has the twinklies then. Wait, who are you? Let's see, what are the enemies down here? Oh, that is not great. I don't think he can get out. See what it is. This guy drops an item, though. We might lose the sword here, potentially. Okay. Ask of the Father. Fucking fat now, though, because I got these 10-pound gloves. Twinklies! No! Why don't you have twinklies? Firekeeper Soul's good. More of these as well.
Come again if you...
Why? What a hit. All right. I need a better pair of gloves. Oh shit, this guy's gonna leave now.
Oh, my eyes. Oh, man. Come again. Oh, man.
Guess I'll buy the Silver Knight legs. I mean, they're slightly less weight. I guess we try to kill the Gargs. Maybe. I might check Andre though, see if I can fix my equip load. Oh man, I really wish I had Homeward Bones. Really sucks not having homeward bones. I have one homeward bone and I would rather not waste it just to save myself 40 seconds. When you guys say hit, do you mean death? Alright, let's see. I really don't want to do this. Well, actually, we could do it after gargoyles, I guess. Oh, he's at the pendulums. Let's see.
I believe I could jump that. Oh, fuck off. There is no way you made that. There is no way you fucking made that. That is fucking crazy.
Damn. That is brutal. Alright. Let's go clear our way to Gargs. Alright. Yeah, I'm quitting out there because I could just ride the elevator down and then ride it all the way back up. Or I could just quit out and save myself a minute of waiting to accomplish the exact same thing. God, the fucking Vagrant. Red Vagrant, too. We just have to wait for him. Through the wall. That is so scary. Oh, our poise saved us there so hard. Dude, the fucking cat blocking the bottom, that is fucked. Why did he not backstab you there? Because of the staircase, I think. I think the staircase saved me from getting backstabbed. Because if you can't backstab somebody on a staircase, I don't think the AI can either. Oh, man. Still fat rolling though, which is not good. That's Sif? Wait, this is fine. How's that a miss? No, I've never found the broken pendant. Or the doll. Any homeward bones? No? Okay. That's cool, man. Gloves. Oh, yeah, you're right. Smart. That is slightly better.
Sister Fister.
Didn't use bone to save 40 seconds. The thing is, there is still an angry cat in the bottom of the Undead Parish. And I do not want to experience that. Although... Hold on, I should go level up one more time because... I think I'm just gonna dark sign out of here. I might as well use all these souls. Kill Lautrec? Yeah, we'll get there. I want to get Sheva unlocked as a vendor because I'm going down to Blighttown anyways. I should have done this before when I went to Calamite, but I forgot. Get some endurance. The thing is, there's no point in getting endurance right now because I'm not going to be able to fast roll regardless. Can I free Dusk as well? Actually, I don't know. I never even thought about that. I probably should try that. Well, I don't know if the golem, maybe the golem is just always there now. I don't actually know how it works in the rando. Or maybe she just pops out of whatever enemy is over here. It seems like it's just a random enemy. I guess she's gonna pop out of it though. Oh, there she is. Yeah. Yeah, the ledge is really close to where that item is. Now that I'm looking at it.
If thou art
Nothing good. Dude, my merchants on this run suck. Maybe the Sens merchant will be good though, or maybe Sheva. Hopefully. Vamos? Yeah, maybe. Check butterfly. What about Ingward? Yeah, I guess we could go to Ingward as well. We really need to find Twinkling Titanites. I don't know. I think only certain merchants sell upgrade materials though, like infinite supply of. Could be wrong though. I don't really want to try Calamite. I mean, we could probably do Calamite. It's just It's probably best to wait until we have a +5 weapon, hopefully.
I last don't break.
All right. The Firelink. Maybe we should check, well, whatever. I'm going down to Firelink. We should probably check what Moonlight Butterfly is, though. Because it could be fucking Manus. Or Artorias again, which would be horrible. I don't know. The Moonlight Butterfly fight... That's just so bullshit, I feel like. Did I free the Pyromancer? No, I can't free him unless I have the key to the depths. Well, technically there's a glitch I could use to free him, but we would need black fire bombs, and I'm not trying to do that. At least we have +1 Estus now. That's good. Alameda's in Sif's arena. Alright, what you got for me, bud? Soul of a hero, soul of a brave warrior. 100,000 for a homeward bone. Wow, thanks, dude.
I see.
Thanks. right. What do we got? Sif is fine. I didn't think that would hit me. How is that a miss? What? God, I can't hit him. Goff's armor. Well, at least my weapon didn't get replaced. It could be worse, I guess. Oh man, this is brutal. I really hope the Sens merchant has something, because we've checked so many merchants and they all have fucking nothing. This is actually so unlucky. The worm guy merchant. Only if you have an egghead. My legs should be okay. Flat ground too. Oh. I should have realized. I thought she was doing the fire butt attack. Really enjoying putting lava all over the place. Alright. Well, we got 2 homeward bones now. That's good. I guess we should just go to Sens. And the scaling of this weapon is really good. So... will I try speedrunning RE9? Yeah. I plan on running RE9. I mean, hopefully it's a good run. I think it'll be fun either way, even if it's... like, regardless, but... yeah, I'm excited. I mean, I'm gonna do... probably a few casual playthroughs of the game first. I assume after you beat Resident Evil 9, there's gonna be like a harder difficulty that unlocks. The bridge merchant. Yeah. Yeah, we should go check him, actually, you're right. Yeah, I did have a few suits. I'm not even sure I want more carry weight, though. I mean, I need to level up endurance like 9 times if I want a mid-roll right now. If anything, we're more likely to find... maybe this merchant will... maybe this merchant will sell a light chest piece. You also get stamina. That's true. That is what endurance does. Oh. Finally, homeward bones. Infinite gold pine? Oh, not infinite. Still no twinklies, though. But firebombs are nice. Yeah, we pop some humanity. Do a little bit more defense. I don't want to use too much though, because it is still useful for healing. All right. Let us go into the fun house. Hey, Skozu. Oh my god, that could have been quite the meme. Or an enemy? I guess it already fell. Alright, hopefully this merchant will actually have something. Dude, every merchant in this run has been awful. I guess we also have the giant blacksmith, though. It's Bed of Chaos. Well, we need Twinkling Titanites. That would be the best thing right now. Gargoyle's Halberd. Ooh, that's good. Cloak. I'm gonna buy... Oh, there. We have multiple cloaks. I'm gonna buy one of these so I can... I really don't want to fat roll anymore. He only sells one large shard. Yeah.
Go along, try and make something.
Alright, well, Bed of Chaos should be free. Should be. Well, we already know what boss it is. Right? Hold on. I need to take a short break, chat. I'll be right back. There's a Hydra down there, too. That sucks. All right, I'm back. Can you backstab these ladies? I don't think so. That looks good. You think we could throw black fire bombs from all the way up here? I think we could, actually. Question is, though... Actually, I guess it's fine if we don't activate the elevator. Is that not its body? Does that not work? Honestly, we should just go down. We can kill it with our melees. We can throw some bombs to finish it off if we need to. I don't want to waste too many of my bombs here. We can always get more, but we gotta go back to get them. Any day now. Boots. Oh, those are more lightweight. That's nice. Just if we could get lighter gloves, we actually could light roll. my nemesis. Alright. Am I afraid of falling when throwing bomb? I mean, when you... Oh. Oh. No. Bastard. Guy needs to chill, dude. Holy shit. Oh, he fell. Somehow. Oh, my weapon. Well, you know, it was good while it lasted. Titanite, yeah. Oh, you know, I actually fucked up. I should have fed-framed these green shards so I could get normals before I went to sends. Oh, fuck. Maybe the blacksmith here will have Titanite. We have a run. Yeah, we just lost our good weapon, though. It's not preferred. Why is that staggers in one hit? Oh, God, dude. What is this? Weapon is far from useless, I just don't have the stats. Or rather, I don't have it upgraded. And if I had more stats, it would be a bit better, but the main thing is that I don't have it upgraded. Oh my god, Jesus Christ. Loot now, that's true. That is true. At least those DLC casters don't have much health. Silver Serpent. Oh. Thought I heard somebody. Oh, that's not great. Oh. Oh, this is gonna take a minute. Whatever. Yeah, the stagger on this weapon is kind of crazy. Oh, okay. Let's do my entire fucking health pool. That's cool, man. Fucking die, Jesus Christ. Washing pool? Wow. We do have 4 gold pine, I think, right? Level this weapon? How? I don't have Titanite shards. Alright, well... There's like one more item we can get. I'm not the one that does the gamba, dude. That's my mod. That's the mods. Where did this guy come from? Oh, permastun rat. Titanite Demon Replacement doesn't drop anything. No, because the item that they drop drops on the ground and not in your inventory. Doing claw grip? No, I have I just use my back paddles or my back buttons on the controller. Alright, come on, giant blacksmith. Give me something good, please. You are such a bitch. Bro, he has fucking literally nothing. You are useless. Oh my. How much do black fire bombs do to these guys? Not that much. Did I upgrade the wrong weapon? No. Well, I guess we have a claw now. I probably should have... I should have actually bought ONS with the washing pole that I had. Oh, it's Seath. Okay. That's not good. Man, this run has had the worst merchants out of every, like, this has been the worst run for merchants out of all of the runs I've done thus far. It's crazy how bad the merchants have been. You haven't checked all the merchants? I've checked most of them. The only merchants we have left are like Griggs, Logan, and Chester. I think. Yeah, I mean, infinite firebombs is great, but I would like to actually upgrade a weapon. Yeah, and yeah, I guess patches and Vamos too. The thing is, I'm not even sure if Logan can sell infinite upgrade materials. Actually, I'm not sure. Don't I have infinite greens? Yeah. But I haven't even found a source of twinkling titanite yet. Is my YouTube chat still, like, is my YouTube stream still on? Because nobody has said anything in like 10 minutes and I'm just, maybe chat's just quiet. I don't know. I don't know if my chat's bugged. Alright. There's 2 items I can loot here. I don't know, I think my YouTube chat actually bugged out somehow. Like, I don't see any, yeah, I guess it bugged out. That's so weird. I mean, YouTube chat is normally pretty quiet, but not this quiet. All right. Black fire bombs are so good against these guys. Two twinklies. Oh. Okay. I have no titanite chunks, but... And I'm fat rolling. Oh, I need to fix my armor though, guys. I'm so fat. I really don't want to fight ONS with fat roll. Giant blacksmith had light armor. Yeah, I'll have to check. Honestly, I probably shouldn't. I guess it's okay. This weapon is so good. Alright, we're back to mid-roll. Saved. a regular enemy drops a weapon, can you farm them in case you get a bad weapon? I actually don't know. I am not sure about that. I already checked the chest. Kinda scared me. I'm just really scared of him doing his AoE. Oh, right, it's not done. It's not done. Oh, fuck. Oh, God, I shouldn't be standing here. I just hope it's not fucking Nito. Giga Seath. We already fought Taurus Demon. Yeah, good thing we have a shield. Alright. Nice. Artorias will be in Butterfly Arena or Manus. We've only... well... Wait, how many DLC boss have we found? One? Dude, Moonlight Butterfly is like... the ruiner of runs.
Thou hast journeyed far and overcome much, chosen undead. Come hither, child.
Please don't replace my weapon.
Thou that tarnisheth the Godmother's image, I am Gwyndolin. And thy transgression shall not go unpunished. Thou shalt perish in the twilight of Anor Londo.
All right, nice. What did I get that's so heavy? The Gauntlet of Thorns? Damn. And fat rolling again. Although if we get 2 endurance. Yeah, we can mid-roll again. Alright, well... I guess it's time to go back home. We could kill Gwendolyn. Also, these NPCs drop a good amount of souls. I'm gonna heal. Fucking guy.
So it
Why can't I fucking...
how? This...
Pretty sure if she parries... If she parries me, dude, I'm just like instantly dead. I wouldn't be surprised if she fucking one-shot me with the parry. Do jump attacks? That's what I was doing. Alright.
Heretic.
You can definitely parry running attacks.
First thou offendeth the Godmother, and now thou see fit to trample upon the tomb of the great Lord.
Yeah, I'm so excited for RE9.
I am the Dark Sun, Gwendolyn. Let the atonement for thy felonies commence.
Luckily, we have a lot of space to work with. Come on, do the slam. Bro, come on. So annoying. Why am I bouncing? Well, goodbye, Crystal Halberd. Hey, Pop Dude, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. We can loot these chests now, at least.
Stranger.
Yeah, this arena for gaping is actually not bad.
Fuck off! Fucking hell! Fuck!
Everything except Butterfly and Taurus is dead.
Fuck off! Fucking hell!
Well,
Fuck!
and Pinwheel. And 4 Kings.
An awesome choice, stranger.
Actually, wait, no, we can't do 4 Kings. 'Cause, wait, do we have the key to the seal? No, we don't. I would need the Lord Vessel for 4 Kings. No? I don't think so. Yo, Gustavo, thank you for the 5 gifted, man. Thank you, dude. Hold on, there's an item we can loot up here. Also, Pop Dude, thank you for the 5 gifted as well. Yeah, we could do lads today. Fix the YouTube chat. What are you talking about? Strength. That's heavy. Come on, make it. Nice. We have a few more items we could loot here. Could probably just use our black fire bombs, I guess. Actually, the enemies are gone now. Although, wait, does this mimic enemy stay here, or does he despawn too? Oh no, he doesn't. Okay. That's good. I'm getting kind of concerned. If we end up overloaded, we are so incredibly fucked. I have 17 endurance though. Also, this bonfire doesn't work anymore. Is Anor Londo fully looted? I think so. I think we looted everything here, basically. God. I guess it's about the same weight. Got one more chest to loot here. And then I'm pretty sure we've looted every item in Anor Londo. Unless I forgot something. But I don't think we forgot anything. We have a lot of loot in Sen's Fortress we can grab as well. Oh, Crest of Artorias. That's nice. You know, the worst part is, if we ended up overloaded, it wouldn't be possible to jump to the merchant in Sen's. Alright, well, got a bunch of items we can get here. What's up, Yui? Humanity kind of scares me. Really have a good way to kill this guy. Guess we'll just firebomb him. This guy does so much damage. I'm too scared to leave him be. Ooh, another Lord Soul. We have 2 of them now. That's really good. Alright, well there's 1 item down by below the merchant. And then there's 2 items past the invader over here. Actually, I'm gonna go... Well, we can go to the merchant item first. I think this merchant might sell fire bombs, like normal ones. Maybe. He might have also been selling like a weapon. Maybe we just buy the butcher's knife. Honestly, the gargoyle's halberd is really good, but I think I don't think it's worth switching to that for now.
There you go, another brave.
So we're just gonna lose the gargoyle halberd soon. I guess we could have looted this item first. You lose all your previous weapons when looting, buying new weapons. Yeah. Any item that you buy or pick up is automatically equipped to your character. Oh, I didn't loot the bottom floor yet. Dude, where is this? Where did this hollow come from? Bro. The fuck, man. Thought I could go for the 3-hit strat, but I guess I get too far away from him on my knockback. Oh, all right. I can't believe I almost just died to that crab from a random hollow. I think it was the hollow before Iron Golem that ran all the way down. Crab, clam, whatever, you know what I mean. I don't know why I call them crabs, because they're not, but... Alright. We're gonna bait this guy. Bait this guy up and then just go loot the stuff. I think that's the best strat here. Bro, what are you doing? Why are you fucking waiting on the ladder? Does this guy drop an item? He does, yeah. I guess you need to kill this guy too. Alright. Even if he parried me, I don't think he could have riposted me because of the staircase. There... That's a hollow. You can actually drop down here. I don't know... Is that a good idea? I'm trying to think. Not here? No, you definitely can drop here. What do you mean, no? I'm pretty sure it just drops you straight here where that... or no. It drops you one floor lower. I guess I need to loot the item here anyways. If only I could upgrade. Yeah. Yeah. Kind of sad we lost the grass crest, but... Well, I definitely shouldn't have done that. Dragon Butt is going fucking crazy. Dude, stop fucking... Ooh, okay. Holy shit, my screen, bro! Chill! What the f- Those fucking legs. We're so close to mid-roll. We're 0.2 off. You are an absolute demon. I don't know if I trust this chat. I don't really trust this. Did I poison dagger him? I might be good now. Yeah, I want to loot those items, but I need to look over here because I think there's a few enemies I'm gonna have to kill. By the staircase. I guess not. By the ladder, I mean. Come on, Lord Vessel! Composite bow. 13 more humanity. Look at this defense boost. Boom! Woo! Lots of I have 4 twinklies. That is not lots. I've had runs where I could buy infinite twinklies for 100 each. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we looted everything in Sens. Alright, well, Anor Londo and Sen's done. 8 bosses, 2.5 hours in. It's not bad. I'm gonna go use the bathroom. I'll be right back. Isn't there loot where the giant pulls the chain? No, there's no item pickup there, it's just the giant. All right.
Let's see if we can buy some arrows, I guess.
What?
He does not sell arrows. We do still have a great sword and a catch pole, though. No, wait, he does sell infinite Titanite. Although, I guess there's no point in buying the Titanite because I can just turn... Oops. I can just turn the green shards into Titanite. Rotten pine resin. Dude, poison in this game is trash. Alright. I guess let's go to Frampt. I mean, well, actually, hold on. We can upgrade the bow. Might as well. Probably not gonna have it for very long, but it's okay.
Welcome home, Ashen One.
Oi. I mean, 82 plus 165, that's not bad. We just need arrows. I think the bridge guy sold arrows, maybe? I'm just gonna quit out. I don't want to ride this elevator. I just want to pick this item up. Bro, oh my fucking god, dude. The fuck? Really? Okay. That was concerning. Or pick.
Very well. So do the.
Oh yeah. Thanks, dude. All right. Uchi. Me all the defense. All right. Well, see, this is where not having the Lord Vessel sucks, because it's like, or well, actually, the Lord, either the Lord Vessel or the Weaponsmith box, is like, I should really go upgrade the War Pick. And then I guess we can come back to we'll bone back to Firelink, and then we can buy more Black Flare Bombs. The Lord Vessel's probably in the fucking Catacombs. Have this feeling.
Don't get yourself.
Maybe let's go scout out what Butterfly is. We could also loot the items before Butterfly. It can't be Gaping. We already got Gaping. It's good damage. I gotta move back. This is too dangerous. Oh, these enemies are scary, dude. I do not like them. Impatient. Dude, I'm not gonna sit. Hob would probably sit there and wait for it to fucking die to poison, but I can't. It's not even shots fired. It's a testament to Hob's patience. Item behind rock. I would rather clear the area with this war pick before I try to loot anything. Guys are way too accurate with their arrows. What the fuck? Alright. Super Ornstein. That's fine, honestly. As long as they don't get hit by his grab. That's good. Don't think I'm gonna fight him yet, though. Probably wait until I have more damage. There's really no reason to do it right now. I mean, I guess if I killed him, it would give me access to some key items. I don't know if we should wait for a better weapon, though. I mean, the thing is, I mean, we have mid-roll. 3 Estus. Doesn't do that much damage, though. Oh. Well, that was easy. The damage was not as good as I expected, so I'm glad that happened. Come on, Lord Vessel. Ornstein's helm. Actually, we shouldn't. We should go down below. Yeah, it feels like the Lord Vessel really likes spawning in the Catacombs. Every time I've checked it, it's been in the Catacombs. God, I thought I just got stuck. I thought I was just about to get stuck there. Yeah, this thing kind of sucks. I probably didn't even need to kill this guy, to be honest. I'm just kind of concerned. Probably could have just ran in here, looted it, and ran past. Alright. Well, we looted all of Butterfly area. I think there was a few items on the way to Sif that we could grab, I guess. Although we should... Oh yeah, we do have the Crest of Artorias. We can actually open the door. Item under the tree with the snake. I don't think there's an item there. I mean, there was no item there last time I checked. Oh, I guess I'm wrong. Oh, you mean in here? I was thinking of a different one. Yeah, you're right. There's another chest over by the water, but I don't think that's gonna be very safe for us to grab. I think this area might be grave lorded right now as well. Oh, I thought I rested at the parish. I guess we should buy more black fire bombs. Alright. Gold coin. Doesn't have any good weapons. Slumbering Dragon Crest Ring's actually good. Wait, oh my god, his... Oh, never mind. I was gonna say his stock changed, now he doesn't have what I need, but it's fine.
Thank you.
Alright, what do we got here? I don't trust this guy. Dude, I'm so scared. Oh, it was here the whole time! Oh, I could have had it right at the start of the fucking run, dude. No. See, that's the problem with not looting. Well, at least we got it. I can't remember, what does she have?
Much obliged.
What's up, Ain? I mean, there's a few items we could loot in the Berg. We could just use our black fire bombs, I think. Did you finish RE8 today, Ain? Why is there an enemy in there? Nightblade. Oh, fucking red phantom enemies. This is bullshit. Are mimics immune to fire? I don't really like this area being grave-lorded, man. I don't know why the firebomb wasn't doing anything. Maybe we should just lock onto him. Not like we need to free aim right now. Kinda curious how much damage he does, but I also don't really want to find out. Oops. Use bone to buy bombs, bro. I gotta loot this place though. Okay, we don't need to deal with worm guy. Isn't there an item? Oh yeah, there is an item in there. Hello. I don't know if I can do this part anymore, chat. I can't kill this guy. Well, I mean, I guess maybe I could have backstabbed him like 40 times in a row. Maybe I should have just done that. I don't know. Probably should have just backstabbed him.
Thank you.
Oh, did we not talk to this guy? Oh, wait, no, it's just because we progressed. Alright. I think there's a few items in Valley of Drakes that we didn't loot. I didn't forget about the Lord Vessel. I can buy a Gargoyle Halberd.
After 1,000 years.
Can also buy a Titanite catch pole.
Now, this is the Firelink Chamber. Now,
Where was the Lord Vessel? 20 seconds away from the start of the game. All right. Well, this greatsword. Definitely not using that. Although, wait, we can downgrade this weapon. Might turn into something good. Turns into a knife. It's random what it turns into. Sunlight straight sword plus 10.
Goodbye then.
I mean, that's not a bad sword. Question is, where do I go with the sword now? Could go to archives. I'm not. I'm gonna go to the Great Hollow last, probably. And then I'll probably, if I do end up going there, I'll probably die because that area is fucking awful. Yeah, I like the RE8 run. That was a lot of fun. It was a really technical run on the hardest difficulty. Yeah, the intro is kind of a pain in the ass though. True. I mean, I don't know. Resident Evil runs, from my experience, like people will run them for like a month or two when they come out. But I mean, there's always people like grinding a game. All right. Hold on. I really got to use the restroom. I'm drinking too much water. I'll be right back, guys.
Go forth, touch the demon inside me.
I'm back. I do wish this rando had a chance for bosses to replace enemies, though. I feel like that's the one thing that it's missing. I mean, it's kind of bullshit, but like, definitely puts you in some scary situations. Isn't it bullshit enough? No. Honestly, the thing is, if you could get bosses that replace enemies and the bosses drop their full amount of souls, it would help. It would alleviate the issue of like not being able to use weapons a lot. It would definitely make it harder, but you'd get like level ups way more often. Dog is slowly making his way here. The double. So, the question is, what? If that was a red one, I might have just fucking died. Man, you have to be so, like, aware for vagrants. It's crazy. Yeah, the sword's really good. I guess we just go to the top. Dude, this fucking jump to this chest is so scary. You die if you miss? Yeah, I'm pretty sure you do. Oh, that guy's weak as hell. Can you poison a Titanite demon? Probably not. Turn there. It's music though. All right, we're going. Is there an item back there? I don't think so. Oh boy. Whoa. Oh god.
Chill, dude. Oh no. That's not good. Oh, it must have been... Oh, that's the catalyst. Is there even an item back there? Can you poison this guy? You can. A lot of fucking enemies. I'm so tanky though. Fine, slow and steady. Come on, buddy. Wondering if I would get a stacker. Why did I even do this?
What a chance meeting this is. Alas, I'm imprisoned once again. I don't suppose you could stage me a getaway. The archives. Such a storehouse of knowledge. So close, but just out of the thought of Fen as a student. Hello again.
I'm not trapped in here, am I? Bruh. This is really sus. This is really not good.
key do you need for this door? No item at the bottom floor here. I thought there was like one. I know there's an item on the rafters. Wait, does the randomizer fix the resting through the wall glitch? What the fuck? Oh wait, no, I just haven't lit it yet. No, hold on. I should kindle this bonfire. Is there any point in resting through the wall? It lets you... I guess it didn't actually aggro. It lets you warp out without actually breaking free. We're at 230 defense. We're pretty fucking strong at this point. I say as I take fucking 40% of my health from a goddamn pair of scissors. Hopping on Kletka? Okay. Well, that guy's still there? That's sketchy, dude. Well, let me make it to a bonfire, or I guess I could go. I don't know. This might take a while. Maybe I should just go. I don't want to keep people waiting on me. Bro, this fucking channeler. Alright, fuck it. I'm just boning back. Whatever, dude. Alright, it's time for lads, chat. We're putting a pause on this run for now. Lads is the worst. Thanks, man. Chat, I need a fucking break from this rando, alright? I know you guys are enjoying it a lot, but I need a break.